All right, let's do a sound check. You guys should be able to hear me. Let's check over here on the YouTube side. Looks good. All right, so what are we working on today here? We are going to be cleaning up some labs, making sure that the labs look the way that we expect them to. Move this over here. We've got some notes on what we're doing for today, which is over here. We've got to clean some of this stuff up. So I'm just going to be kind of co-working and hanging out. If anybody wants to ask questions about Linux or systems or, you know, generally what we do around the professional Linux users group, let me know. Akshenya said, good evening and Merry Christmas. How was the turkey? It was good, Akshenya. We do, so Christmas is actually funny around here. We do, for yesterday, we ended up doing Chinese food, which is kind of a, I don't want to say it's a joke. Whoops, didn't mean to click on that. That's what's behind everything. It's kind of, not a joke, but kind of like a trope on, from a show called A Christmas Story, where, like, you know, the places in America that are open are, yeah, I would love to have done ham, but no, we just did a bunch of what you would like Chinese food. It was pretty good, actually. It was sweet and sour chicken, Mongolian, not Mongolian beef, sorry, beef and broccoli, and then some other good stuff. So yeah, so what are we doing today, though? We are going to get into the labs. We're going to see where the labs are at. This is my general notes of what I need to finish up. Some of you that were here the other day know that I'm almost done with a lot of this stuff. I just need to clean it up. So pretty much starting in Unit 6, we'll review everything. I know the worksheet and the presentation are good, and then I'll make sure that the lab is cleaned up, and then I'll get ready to do the recording. Yeah, Akshanya, yeah, and also the grandkids in town. So, like, that's kind of cool. The grand kid, singular. He's in town, and the grand kid. Anyways, yeah. So that's what we're working on today. Let's go check on how the lab looks. I know most of this is done, but I'm gonna have to like move this back and forth until I get it the way I want it. Probably here, so we'll be fine. I don't remember if we finished this one. Oh, it says it's still under construction. Okay. Docker. So use Apptainer to build. I don't think I'd have a Docker directory. Okay, let's see what this is saying to do. Oh, I must have put it in there when I built the lab. Okay, we'll get there here in a second. Oh my God, fucking the neediest program on planet Earth is this fucking VS Code. Jeez. All right, let's move this over so it's out of the way. There we go. Akshanya said, my math thing have grandkids at such. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's actually almost 5, but. Yeah, Akshanya, there's 6 run levels in well, 7 run levels technically, I guess. 0 and 6 are just reboot and halt, but then 1 would be I can show you, but 1 would be a single user, so it's root only essentially, or 1 user only, and then 2 of them, so run level 2 is multi-user, so you can have multiple users connecting in. 3 is multi-user with networking, 4 is experimental, and then 5 is graphical user. So typically for Linux, we run in a server in 3, and then any kind of desktop in 5. Those are the typical run levels you're going to run into. Because run level 1, which is single user mode, is really only useful if you need to like break into a box, right? And there's certain levels of Linux. There's certain, well, Solaris was more popular with this, which is a form of Unix, but there's certain versions of Linux where you actually need a key and to be at the device, because all the way up until you hit level 3, you don't have networking. So 1 and 2 don't actually have networking by default. So that's, obviously you can start services when you're in there, but that's not how it's designed to work. So yeah, the run levels are 0 should be halt, 6 should be reboot, 1 should be your root only single user mode, right? And then multi-user mode is 2. And then 3 is your multi-user mode with networking, which is what most servers operate in. 4 is what we call experimental, and you use it just for I use 4 when I want to boot a server, but not leave it in that boot. Like I want to test some things, but I'm not going to leave it there. I've only run level 4 professionally, maybe about 10 times in my career, and that was in a real production, like what we call the factory environment for some government systems. Most of the time, you just can do most things you need while you're sitting in run level 3. And then if you're running a server with a GUI, making it into a desktop, that's run level 5, graphical target. You can also check them here. You can cd to etc systemd. And you should be able to see, system. You can see the different modes here. So multi-user target wants, and you see graphical target wants. And then, so multi-user is 2. When you get a network with multi-user, that becomes 3. And then graphical target is 5. 4 probably doesn't have its own special one in here. But you might be able to man system D and look for run. They might have the run levels. So here's the targets. sysv run level equivalent to run level 2 target, run level 3 target, run level 4, run level 5. You wouldn't really have a run level 1 target because that's single user, right? Exunia, we don't have it planned yet. For people who are wondering about that, we have over here in the Killer Coda. I will show you guys the things that are coming up. Bash study group tomorrow. That's every Saturday for the most part. And then I'm going to do one on getting into streaming because I know some people want to do streaming, want to understand it better, and I'll kind of lay out, the things I've learned over my few years of streaming. Whether or not that's good, you just got to kind of get into it and do it for fun and see where you can go. But I'm going to show what I know, and I'm going to show how to do the little tricks that I know,
You get nothing. You lose.
Like my little stream deck that Fisherman got me for Christmas. How's it going, watchmakering? We are looking through stuff that's coming up and just talking about Linux in general, and I'm kind of putting together the course a little bit, so you're welcome to hang out, ask questions. Alex said, Scott never expects to see you working on Christmas. I envy your discipline. This is the day after Christmas for me. So just so you guys all know, this should be the day after. I was going to be on yesterday. I was hanging out around my computer a good part of the day, but I just never ended up doing it. But we'll get into this. And then the automation course study group, this is probably on hold until the next week, but it's there still. And then this is one that I kind of hope a lot of people come to. We're just going to have the more senior people from the group talk about Tales from the IT Hearth. That's kind of like stay a while and listen. I should get that little sound bite for my little stream deck here. But anyways, it's a bunch of us seasoned guys are going to tell you guys stories, and these are the questions I told the senior guys to be ready to answer. What are you currently doing? What's the most important thing you think you learned in tech? And by the way, that may be I even told the guys that may not be technical related. Sometimes you get some kind of epiphany in your career that doesn't really have anything to do with tech, but it helps you in tech, right? So that's a thing to think about. And then what behavior practice positively impacted your career the most? We were talking about this, like people who are always negative and people that are always doom scrolling, like what can change that and turn that around for you? And most of us turned around and thought, the one that King Buns mentioned was, you go and you stop being a consumer. You start producing things and building things. And when you're a builder, you don't have time to sit around and worry about how bad things are, and that kind of stuff. So that's something that might positively impact some of you. What goals we have, what are we doing with our careers? Because maybe that'll motivate somebody. And then what do we think you guys should be doing to get into tech or get better at tech? So, yeah, idle hands is a good way to put it. Yeah, like because you're just not. It's almost one of these things where, like, I always tell you guys, you got to be up stoked next to the fire. You can't be a coal off by itself. But it's also this idea that, you're either growing or you're dying, kind of. And I hate to say it that way, except, man, I learned very early on in tech that I was always going to have to be in front of a keyboard or in front of a classroom or in a classroom. Like, we were always going to have to be doing more. So, actually, yeah, I'm working on the GPU thing. We'll get it in here one day. Oh, and then what's your favorite ProLUG memory? So, for people that have been around for a while, I'm hoping that they'll give you guys some good. I have some really fun ones that have happened over the years. I have one that I tell people I wouldn't have believed it. If, in fact, if I told you guys right now, I have one that you wouldn't believe if I told it to you. You'd be like, Scott, you're making that up. That's too much of a coincidence. But it happened. It happened with 17 of us in the server in a chat one time. So, sounds similar to publish or perish. Yeah, I think that's, it's funny because I'm getting my doctorate. So I see how there's a lot of stuff where it's like you have to keep publishing to be relevant, especially in like systems and engineering and that kind of stuff. And so I don't know about others, but learning about philosophy like absurdism changed my mindset about a lot of things. Yeah, I think a lot of people, hand so high, there's a thing that I would say is very interesting about what you said where, like philosophy in general, you'll find people who in tech, the easiest thing to do, I tell smart people this all the time because mostly as an engineer, I deal with smart people. I tell admins and engineers, like, the easiest thing in all the world for us to do is be cynical. Be cynical about how stupid these users are. Oh, these fucking users are so stupid. Well, I could live my life like that if I wanted to. But I found very early on that, like, it's not that doesn't help me any. That's not a useful, like, way. That's not it. It may even be true, guys. I'm not saying that's not true. I'm just saying that's not a way I should sit around and think. I was telling somebody this the other day. I got a cousin who, I don't care if people are married or not. That's not really relevant. But I mean, it's part of this story. So she's 45, unmarried. She's never gonna be married. But like, I remember ever since we were teenagers, when she'd meet people, she'd go, "I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch," and that's how she introduced herself to people. And I would just remember thinking, like, man, you're never gonna be. Oh, and by the way, she probably still does it. It's bad. It's just a bad situation all around. I'm not trying to shit on one of my relatives or former relatives as far as I'm concerned, but it's just not. I don't think that's a productive way to live. So yeah. Han Sohai, one of the easiest things to do, and when you're talking about philosophy, this is where I was going, is people get into like nihilism. I'm not saying nihilism doesn't have a place, and I'm not saying you can't sit there and think, but I am going to tell you that like some of that stuff can consume you if you let it. And you mentioned it consumed you, yeah, because some people will just sit around and think about the negative, and it's not great. All right, I want to look at these. I want to see what we have here. I've got a Docker file. I've got a requirements file, and then I think we build. So we're looking at how built this lab is. We're seeing if this lab can do the thing we want. We're going to take a Flask Docker build, and we're going to pull down Python 3.9 Alpine. That's fine. I don't really care what version of Alpine we have. 3.9 will work. We're going to get it downloaded, and then we're going to make sure that the page builds and pushes, and then our little Flask application that we have up here, which is literally just sharing a web page. We're just going to make sure it works, right? That's for this lab. So we'll push it to local, and then we'll run it on 6000, and then we'll make sure that the port 6000 works. So we're doing a really simple thing here, guys. This is like nothing. Okay, yeah, we ran it. So we do that, and then the team wants to explore a tool called Apptainer. So we're going to install Apptainer. It's going to take a little bit to install this tool. And Apptainer is from the same people that do Werewolf and Rocky Linux. So that's something to look at here. They're called CIQ, if you haven't heard of them. They're really involved in the supercomputing space. And Rocky Linux is very popular in government stuff right now. So we're going to get the Apptainer system. We're going to run the version, make sure it works, and we're going to go look at this little, we're going to make this a definition for an image file. So Apptainer is two things. It's a builder and a runtime. So it'll run these containers as well. So It's going to take a little bit to download this tool. So it's installing the tool now. So I'll sit here and wait while that goes. And then if I can call this lab good, which I think I have one last step to fix in this lab. But when I can call this lab good, then we're going to be ready to record Unit 6. Then I'll go fix 7 and 8, and then we'll be able to record them, and 9. We did those as meetings, so we've talked through them as a group. I just haven't recorded them for everybody else yet, and then we'll record them and put them up on YouTube. Some of you guys know that we have a recording for the first 5 units of the automation course, but now we're getting into some of the more, I don't know, I guess more meat and potatoes type stuff. Looking at the AWS base image, it was also Red Hat. Yeah, you can use that. Xshunium, you can also use, they have AWS Linux 3 is out. They've got a Linux 3 version that you can use. And then, yeah, you can actually download that image. You can build that image into what we call image pipeline. And then you can make AMIs. You can harden that image. You can, I don't know if some of you guys know this, you can build your own AMIs. You can harden them in whatever way you want to whatever compliance standard. And then you can put them on the AWS marketplace and people can use them. So that's actually a thing you could have as part of your, you could be somebody who wants to develop and build images for people. And there's probably, you know, when people are using your image, you're getting, you know, 0.001 of a penny, but for every hour that they use that, that's going to add up if you get tens of thousands of people using it, you know. Actually, you said it finally clicked why I do both. Yeah, I do, because, yeah, to kind of to his point, if we come over here, uname, will show me about the kernel, and then cat etc splat release will tell me about the image or about the system. Yeah. The reason I do both of them, is because the image and the kernel are not always completely in sync, and that's important. Xshunium, actually my first lab in all of the Linux labs shows that. It shows why we do that kind of stuff, yeah. I think it does anyways. All right. So that's built. We'll use Aptainer version to see that we're on a version of Aptainer. Cool. We're going to cd back to root, and we're going to make a new file. I'm going to hit I to go into an insert mode, and we're going to pull down a version of Ubuntu, and we're going to drop it into here. Okay. Escape :WQ, and then we're going to run this and build a CIF file for Aptainer from that. So it's going to run through the things that we just did, which was pull down a new version of Ubuntu 24.04. It's going to update it and do some stuff inside of the container, right? This is an Aptainer container. And then when we're done, we're going to see if we can run that CIF image and have a working version of Ubuntu inside of this system, right? And this is useful. There's a lot of reasons Aptainer is a useful tool. I'll let you guys look them up if you're interested in that. But one of the main ones is I can have a controlled environment that exactly behaves the same way for scientific applications, for research type stuff, for what we call high performance compute, where we need a bunch of very similar things built the same way. So this will run. Here's a little echo. It said hello from inside the container. And then it's going to run this and it's going to break. It even says right here when we run this, this last part's going to break. When we do our calsay, we're going to get a breaking condition in the script. But let's see why that happened. Right, let's see, well, when this finishes building, we did our build, and now we're going to do our run of the image. Let's see why this breaks, if it's going to. Which it will. It has to. There's no path to calsay. Which, well, I guess that's a different topic, I guess. But I'll move this up a little bit. Oops, I'm going to move this up a little bit so you guys can see your chat a little better. Yeah, that was exactly not what I wanted to do. I legitimately hate the way that Windows does their fucking Windows. I legitimately hate it. I don't think you guys have any idea how much I hate the way that this thing does its movement of Windows now. It's really bad. All right, what's our last one? Here we go. So it's going to run, it's going to break, and if it did break, why? We're going to go back in and fix this image to give the full path. Now, because the path is different than you would, right, normally expect, we'll rebuild that image, and we'll run the new image and see if it works. Yep, it asks if we want to wipe it. Yes. Wipe the one that's there, rebuild it. Looks like it has to re-pull down the image. That's good to know. It's going to go and it's going to run its updater. It's also useful to know. And then, as soon as that's done, we'll verify that it does all the things we expect. This lab was pretty close to done. I think step 3 is the one that's unfinished on this lab. So we'll get there and check it out. But yeah, we're just kind of hanging out today. We're not working super hard. If people have any questions, let me know. Okay, now we run it. Now it works. All right. Next one, team has decided to use HashiCorp as a tool for accurately packaging and pushing things. So we made no changes here. That's good. Let's come down here and look at this one. Team has used HashiCorp. So this, oh man, none of this has been updated. Yeah, this is all the other one. This is all the stuff that I think got lost. Okay, let's go look over here. Yeah, I think this was the last. Yeah, so this was as far as we had gotten the other day, was building this part out. Okay, so I got to copy this. I got to copy this part back in for step 2. That was what our deploy was going to look like. Yeah, this was our last little part here. This is where we got it. We got this to work all the way down to the end. And then we're having one problem, I thought. When we went to run it. Anyways, we'll test it here in a second. How's it going, Frozen Fusion? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Xenium, you said when I do a man a password, why do I see open a still screen? I'm not sure. Not sure, Xenium. I'm not sure. I never dug into man. I normally just either have the man pages or I don't. I mean, one thing you could do, I guess if you were really stuck, let me pull this up, is if you were on a Linux box, it should be Rocky, right? If you were on a Rocky box and you needed to see, like, you know, say DNF, what provides, right? Like what provides passwd. That may be just built into Bash. No, it comes from that. So then you should be able to do an rpm-ql on passwd and maybe grep for man. And there's the man pages that were added So RPM QL will give you all of the packages, right, that PassWD installed that came with it, and then that's just where they're at. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it picks. I'm not sure the man. I'm not sure where it looks by default. You know. I don't know. Yeah, I've never looked up the hierarchy of this at all. Like where it goes and what its conventions are. I'm sure there's a deep dive to be had here. I've never done it. So this is display when you did your man A, it displays in succession all of the available intro manuals. So maybe that's part of it, is you're showing everything, and maybe you don't want that. I've never used man-a ever, but this is what it says it's doing. Yeah. Probably do a K to do like a short description instead. But I've never done that. And then also the version of Linux you're on is going to probably affect you as well. Anyways, so that's interesting. I mean, that's a possibility. All right, so let's go. Let's grab some of these and turn this into. Build the same containers. Do a step one with Packer appended to. Okay, so we're going to build. Here we go. Boom. This. Yeah, this all got blown away. It's a long story, but everything I did here got blown away. Let's make. File. Okay. And then press I and add the following lines. Copy. This was a Kubernetes one originally when we first did it. Press I and add the following lines. Okay. We set this up the other day, in case you guys are wondering. We'll init pull the needed plugins as Packer. It doesn't have all plugins loaded on install, right? We don't, because Packer would get too full if we did that. So we're going to do Packer init. That's one of our commands here. Also, maybe I'll note at the top that this is where a lot of the stuff can be referenced, because this is an amalgamation of a bunch of different things, right? And then we'll say build Packer image, right? Or well, it's just a container image, but with Packer. Build the container image with Packer, right? That's what we're doing there. Verify. Okay. Now. All right. So let's Control S this real quick. Come up here. Updated unit 6 lab. And let's commit this. Let's push it up. And then let's go and check our code. So this one is yeah, not ready to go. we're gonna get our new version of the lab up, and then we'll go from here. So this was originally pushed on December. Okay, so now we're up to our December 26th. So it popped up. We're in our automation labs. We're fixing Unit 6 right now. For anybody that's trying to keep track of what we're doing, we're down here in Unit 6 fixing this lab. If anybody wants all the labs, 1 through 5 are good. 8 and 9 are good as well. So I'll link this to people that want it. Yeah. I appreciate you being around, Exunium. And distractions are fine. They don't bug me too much. All right. So we're gonna get down to here, and then we're gonna have to keep building in this part. We got to test this part out as we go, because this next part was the one I had gotten stuck on this. I'd gotten stuck because something to do with the way that it was adding the base piece. But we'll get this. We'll test it real quick. All right, that part's done. Oh, validation failed because we don't have. Screw it. We'll just make all the things real quick. So this is where we're at, guys. This thing. Hold on, I gotta check my video. Let's do some stream and chill. It wasn't set to shuffle. Now it is shuffling. Shuffle is on. Okay, good. What the hell just happened? Oh yeah, okay. That was all of our stuff. Cat requirements, cat that. Okay, so all the things are there. Let's build it. Oh, it's gonna take a while to build. Build the Docker image. I've been meaning to put this together for a while, guys, so. Yeah, you'll get a warning like that. That's fine. Push it up, run it, check it. It's there, good. We'll do our Aptainer piece. Aptainer will take a second or two to install. Get our Aptainer version. Build our pieces here. Actually, I think once we have Aptainer on, we can actually hit this button and it'll go forward. So we don't have to do that when we're testing the lab. We don't have to do all the pieces of the lab. I'm not super worried about that. So we'll give that another second here, and then we'll move. Anybody got any good plans for this weekend? I know I could have been skipping this and going to the zoo right now with the grandbaby, but I have chosen to hang out with you guys and do some work stuff instead. All right. Some of you guys were around a few weeks ago when I was building all this. Just comes from a bunch of different labs put together. and then we're just turning into our Flask deployment with Packer. And we were getting down here to the end, and we could do all the build and stuff. We just had one problem with where the entry point was happening. So that's the last thing I got to work on. So, Lazy Coder, hello, how's it going? Airhead Night Christmas. Yes, went like any other day, back to the grind. Yep. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm technically working, so I'm the on-call, so I don't even like... It actually feels weird because, like, by the end of the year, I lose all my holidays anyways, so it's weird. I picked up Christmas Eve through, like, basically New Year's Eve, or New Year's Eve. And the problem is, here's the thing, I'm on call, so I'm not technically taking the days off. Like, you don't, even if you sat around and did other things, you still weren't off those hours. You were still on call. So, like, I'm going to not use the hours, and then I'm going to do that. So Lazy Coder, what I have here is I've got a set of labs that I build up in Killer Coda. For people that want them, I had linked them. But if you guys have never seen Killer Coda, it's just this free website that gives you all these awesome, people doing stuff. I have the Ansible and the HashiCorp labs. But what I'm working on right now is in my automation labs, which are for an automation course that we run. I am fixing lab 6. So lab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are good. 6 container builds I haven't finished, strictly speaking, even though I have all the other stuff done for that course, and we met a few weeks ago for that course. 8 and 9 I have the labs finished for as well, but then 7 I need to work on. So I'm basically fixing these 2 labs. I'm not getting paid. I never get paid extra as a engineer. I just get paid my normal salary. But I do tell people one of the nice things about my company is when I go on other projects, they do pay me hourly on that. So you say, wait a minute, so your salary? Yes. So they don't have to pay you any extra. No, they don't. But they do. And I'm like, yes. And actually my boss called me the other day. This was kind of funny. He goes, Scott, we got this extra like $860 we're going to pay you for this work you did the other day. I'm just going to go ahead and round that up to $1,500. And I'm like, whoa, okay. I mean, not gonna complain about that. I got the grandbaby coming in town. He's gonna make me spend a bunch of money. So anyways, that's what we're doing. We're working on stuff like this for the automation course, cleaning it up, getting it ready. I should be able to jump over this now. Yeah. So now this is the part we just built. And the way we're building it is we're just pushing it up into... Killer Coda's got a webhook into GitHub. So it just grabs anytime I make a change inside of, GitHub. So... yeah, so let's go here. Let's look at the things I just made. So we're going to cd to root packer, make directory. We're going to make the Flask file, the Flask packer file. And then let's just grab the file here and make sure that it builds. It should build, but we tested it the other day. But it's going to do all the basic component pieces that you need inside of a packer file. It's going to say packer, we need this Docker information. This is a plugin, right? The plugins have to be downloaded. He said, can HPC stuff also be done through Killer Coda, or do we need dedicated servers we set up? Airhead Knight, we can do a lot of the pieces of HPC. In fact, I have it right here. This is NIST 800-223, which is what I use to teach people HPC stuff, right? Because that's what I am, a high performance compute guy. And this is... So, like, strictly speaking, if you said, hey, Scott, I want to build up a lab and run it like a real high-performance compute lab and do actual work with it, I would tell you, you can do probably most of this stuff in, like, a Proxmox environment if you had a decent-sized Proxmox server. But what you couldn't fake is the back-end high-speed network. You need the high-end switching and the back-end network to be able to do this part. But, like, could we... build and deploy things like we do with Werewolf, and could we do all those other things inside of Killer Coda and practice like the Slurm scheduler and those kind of things? Yes. In fact, I have... and Twisted Seed, thanks for the Prime. You could use that anywhere, but you chose to use it here. I appreciate that. But Airhead Knight, yeah, we could do all of the different pieces, and I could show you all the things that are required to have a high-performance compute system up, but the like maintenance and admin of it, you would need like real servers. But if you said, like, Scott, could we set up the Bastion nodes that allow login through? Yes, we do that in Killer Coda. Could we set up Slurm? Yes, we do that in Killer Coda. Could we do the Werewolf part? We actually have that now in Killer Coda as well. So I have a lot of the component pieces of this built, but I don't have like a set up HPC course for it yet. One of these days I'm going to get that all together for the guys. As it is now, I'm just trying to get this stuff done. All right, let me escape :WQ, and let's Packer init to pull down all of the required plugins. So that'll run, get that GitHub one, and then we'll do our Packer build, and it'll build it, and it'll say this worked. And then Docker images should show Packer Flask. There he is. Okay, so that part worked. So we've done that part of the lab. Colchis, how's it going? I am organizing something that I had built weeks ago, and just it got unpublished inside of my without going into it too much, inside of my Git repo. I hadn't saved and committed some stuff that I did, and then somebody did a pull request, and it was in VS Code, so I lost things I had already done, but thankfully I had them in my notes. So my notes are going back into Lab 6 of Killer Coda. And then for people that have been around, this is how caught up I am. I'm almost done with this. This one's in progress. Right? Once this part is done today, technically I could do Lab 6 recording. And then Unit 7, I just need to make its lab, and then its worksheet and presentation, or they come kind of quick because I have most of the notes on that. Then that'll be ready to record. And then Unit 8 and 9, the easier part is the worksheet and the presentation, and then I'll be ready to record all of these. So this is what I owe everybody basically before the 3rd. And actually what I want to have done, just so everybody knows if we really care, Unit 10 through 12 labs. I want to have those ones set up by the 3rd. So then when the 3rd comes around, where's my Linux box here? December, January. Yeah, so when the 3rd comes around, which is here, that Saturday, I would like to have, so obviously I have like 1 week to get there. I'd like to have all of these things done. I'll have these all recorded for everybody, so I'll be all caught up on that. When Unit 10 comes around, which will be the 3rd, all I'll have to do is put together the worksheet and the presentation. That won't take me long, but I'll already have the lab done. And I'll have the lab done all the way out to here, and then I'll be pretty caught up as far as I'm concerned. Also, excuse me, what those things are is pretty. Where do I have that? I don't think I have. I think I restarted my system the other day, so. Do I have my? Oh, I reset everything. Let me see. I think here's the course books. There's Linux automation course. Let's go look at the syllabus real quick. Here's the syllabus for that course. And yeah, these, I mean, on the plus side, these are also some of the easier topics for me. These ones are the ones I've had to dig in the most to. So these ones were going to take me the longest, 6, 7, 8, and 9. These ones, I mean, I have so much material on these already. And then the last few weeks will be, yeah, but this will be pretty good. Once I get to here, we'll be pretty good. Although I do need to set up a tool for this. That's going to be a little bit of work for me. Yeah. So that's to answer a few people's questions, and then also with Colchis here, what are we doing? We're catching up on stuff that I owe the group, and that I owe myself. I'm also working in other windows on my other machine behind me over my shoulder that you guys can't see because I have my camera off. But yeah, that's the thing. We took a hiatus on the group. We'll come back hard on Unit 10, and we'll go from there. I have everything else all put together. I just want to get all this stuff organized. So we're doing the lab right now. That's what we're building, is building the lab out. So let's get back to it. We've got this part working, so that's good. Didn't mean to go to that and pull this stuff all back up. That's a separate set of notes that's unrelated to today. I'm just using that for the talking points. All right, let's come back over here. And so we did that first part. And then the next part is this. which is Automation Lab 6. All right. So we set up the needed plugins. We got Docker images. Okay. So now we're going to add the shell provisioners to move the code into Flask, into the Flask container. So that's our next part. So this will be another one of these. Boom. And then underneath this will get added to the previous stuff. So add this underneath the current. And ooh, technically, let me see. It goes underneath here, but not with the bottom. So you know what? I might have to add, let's take that whole thing. Let's steal all this. Okay. And then we're going to go under build. So under build, and before this post processor task, we've got to add these. Oops. Yep. Hold on. Prisoner shell inline. Okay, good. This goes into the build section of the previous. This goes into the build section, what we're doing this next part. So this build here, whoops, this build was already here. And actually, HashiCorp doesn't care much. The HashiCorp language is like it's interesting how it's very similar to both. Oh shit, where's the end of this? Let's make sure we got a plain file on the end of this. Okay, there we go. It's very similar to both. What's those languages called? It's very similar to JSON in that it doesn't care how you lay things out as long as the structure is correct. But formatted wise, it looks a lot like YAML. In that, but here's the thing: it doesn't actually care that things are indented or not. But when you do a format on it, it will fix those things and make them the right indentations. So it's kind of a weird. Let's get this. I'm just going to D500D, and we're going to drop all of this in to see if this part works, because this should do the full build again. So Packer init, don't need that again. We can do Packer format, and it'll tell me if there's something wrong. There's probably something wrong in this file. Oh, dot. Oh no, there's nothing wrong with the file. Okay, good. So format dot if I want to do that. And then we'll do our Packer init, which doesn't really matter because it's already done. Packer build. And this was working the other day, did all the things we needed, except there's still an entry point problem on the Flask, so I gotta figure out the container entry point. I have something wrong with that. All right, but that built. And then I can say Docker run Docker. Oh, we're doing 6001. That's fine. We'll paste that in, but we're going to change that to 6001 and 6000. That's fine. Packer flask. Oh, I mean, I don't have a Packer flask. Oh, latest. No, that shouldn't matter. It should do that. Could've sworn we tagged it. Shouldn't matter. That's not. Huh. Hey Guarav, how's it going? We're just trying to get my old notes to work. Why would I don't need to log into that crap. Docker run -d, that with the right name. Docker images, it definitely has it. I don't know, I don't really do a lot of DevOps stuff. If any of our DevOps guys know if Docker Compose, I mean, I imagine you're still building containers and images as much as we used to when I was doing more of that work. I mostly support almost all physical right now. But why is this not? I gotta be missing something. Packer flask, Docker flask. I mean, I shouldn't have to do that. What? Okay, well that's stupid. And then we'll curl the application. Curl. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's not starting. Yeah, so we got a problem with the entry point. Yeah. And I don't know, I thought I had... I'll just go around the problem, I don't care. But, so in here, I've got a problem with the entry point for my stuff. I wonder if so. Sources. There's my post processor. There's all of my setup. I think what I need to fix, because I was looking at this the other day. When I first do my source, there's my Packer version. There's my build. In my source though, yeah. So command should be view.py, entry point Python. Working dir should be /app, and then expose should be 6000 on internally. Ihaku said, hey, how's it going? Good. I am working on cleaning up something that I was doing the other day. And I wonder if... So we've got a working example of the thing that had worked right here. Right? So, oops. Working example is this Docker file. Right? And we did all the same thing, and the entry point and the command don't change. The entry point is Python. Working dir is app. The command is view.py. Expose 3000. Let's go Python. I have never seen this other. They're using a different, I'm seeing a different app. I've never used that other app. Alright. I'm using the same. Alright, I might have to split this out and use a different. So I'm using the same file, but maybe I want to use a different file and give it some different requirements. I've never seen this tool, G-Unicorn. Have any of you guys ever heard of this? Apparently that's what you can run to use Flask inside of one of these. I've never run it like that. I've always just run it directly. But I'm seeing notes from other people that says that we could use that. What we use is not super relevant. I mean, well, it is because we got to get it to work. But I'm saying that's less relevant to us than what we're doing in the automation, right? We're building out. The point of the lab is to build the Docker and the Packer stuff up, right? How we get it to run is largely just based on, in this case, we're building the requirements.txt. We could. Yeah, let's try to make this. Ihaku said super off topic, but yesterday we came across CTF style game that captures your CLI and Lang skills. Yeah, you want to drop it in the? It'll be my risky click of the day if you want to drop it in the Discord. I don't know, maybe Bash and System Tricks. Drop it up here. Yeah, if you want to drop it up here, we can take a look. Yeah, my risky click of the day, right? Any risky thing that I click on, you guys don't even want to know what's going on in there. But yeah, if you drop it in one of these, or you drop it in general too. General would be good. I don't care. I don't care where you drop it. People are just in here talking about Linux. I think how many we got? We've got we can always do this too. We're at 4470, so that's pretty good. Pretty good amount of people. Our little bot introduces itself to everybody. It's very rude. All right, let's see what this is. Here's our risky click of the day. Quartz 1. I appreciate it. Keeps me motivated. Look at all those gifted subs for everybody. All right, what is this thing doing? Bandit. Bandit Wargame is aimed at absolute beginners. That's good. I like absolute beginner Linux. That's fun stuff for people. Organizing levels, start at level 0 and try to beat or finish. The level results in information at the next level. Good, good, good. You can read the man page. That's always important. RTFM, read the field manual. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, and then if you guys get a gifted from Quartz, make sure you thank him because you don't have to watch ads for a month, which is kind of like a little Christmas gift for everybody. That's kind of nice. I appreciate that, Quartz. keeps me honest. All right, so they want you to do SSH, and you got to connect to bandits.lab over the wire on port 2200. The username is bandit0 and 0. Once you log in, go to level 1 page to find out how to beat level 1. So we could go to, if we had a Linux box here, right? We should be able to jump into this server if we understand the rules, right? They're giving us the rules here. You're going to have to use this tool or whatever. This kind of cool little... So we would SSH. We want to use a different port, which is 2200, right? You guys see that? 2200. And then we want to go to bandit0 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org, right? I appreciate that, Haiku. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. You must have missed the 10. It must have jumped over you or whatever. Is Python 3 or Python will work? You're probably right. Well, Guarav, the thing is we're using the same exact command that the other one used. It's just I'm not sure how it's getting set with Packer, but that is a good check. All right, so let's go see if we can connect, and it'll say, do I want to trust that is who it says it is? We're going to trust that the first time, and it's going to drop us into Bandit. I need to know the password is bandit0, and then they're going to drop us into this box. And then I can say, okay, this is Ubuntu 2404 box that they've given me access to. And then I can look at what's in here. There's some README. And it says, congratulations on your first steps into the Bandit game. Make sure you have read the rules over there. And then you can start to go through the course. That's actually really cool. Who dropped this? Is that you, Haku? That's awesome, man. I might, you know what? I might do a, it'd be a fun one. It's for people who want to do this. There's README in the home directory. I'll read this password, login. Bandit1 using SSH. Okay. So the same thing. So we've got the next password here. So this is the password to get into Bandit1. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to exit. I'm going to go into Bandit1. Right, that's the next user. I actually think this is kind of cool. Right click in whatever your tool is to copy and paste. I'm going to go in there. And that for me, now I'm in Bandit 1. And here's my next set of rules, right? Commands you may need to solve this level. Boom. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Haiku. And then we would just keep going through and keep adding more and more things. And then what does it say? Passwords for levels are not saved automatically if you do not save them yourself. So we would want to get, guys, if you're doing this, get a notepad open. Get a new page out. We're not going to do that just because I'm doing stuff other. But get and then save your passwords for each level. Password level 0 was bandit 0. They told us that. Password for level 1 was the next one. And then they say keep a notes and passwords. Yeah, I would always advise, guys, if you're doing any kind of new stuff and you're trying to learn stuff, make sure you always have some kind of notes open. I keep notes open for all of my crap. All the kind of stuff that I'm doing, I always have notes open. Which actually, we were talking about, it kind of saved me because I had lost all this work. Don't ask why, it was stupid. Fucking... Anyways, so yeah, then we would keep going. And what's this next one? This one says, if you find any problems, report them. So now they've got more of these. You guys know where to get these if you ever are making your own little stuff. I love showing you guys where to go get these. But there's a nice little ASCII art thing that will generate all of the stuff that you might want. Kind of like in our home lab here. I'll show you. Go to Rocky 1. Oh, whoops. Boom. Auto 1. Right, if you ever need any of these. What's the last one? The hammer 1, right? I love those. You can go get those anytime you need. Yeah, I always, well, so I've lost my, I deleted all my cookies the other day. But, don't ever ask that ChatGPT to make it for you. Yeah. There's a guy, I'll give you his name here. Yeah, it's the top one that comes up. This is by far the best one I've ever seen. So I'll link this to you guys that want it. This is one to keep in your notes too, because if you're ever just like into doing this stuff for fun, you might want this. So by the way, I would go to like maybe Hello Stream, and then I would hit test all, and it will just generate all of them for me, and then I can just come down here and pick the one that I like for whatever. And this is the one that I really like for some, but obviously this doesn't work for like longer text. So maybe you want a smaller one. But yeah, there's a massive, just a massive amount of these that you can generate. I love these because this reminds me of, there's an old game on, guys, most of you aren't gonna even remember this, but I think they did a rebuild of it, so maybe you will. There's an old game on the original Nintendo called Excite Bike. And this reminds me of Excite Bike. In fact, there's some that are even more like this than Excite Bike, where it looks like the little, because basically you just jump this little bike that you have, this little motorcycle. It's the silliest little game, but it's really fun, and it's a waste of time. But I love time wasters. Hold on. There's a better version that looks like it. Look at all these, all ASCII art. All of this is in ASCII. That's not a bad one. I don't mind that. Fuzzy. Oh, I think there's like hundreds of these. But I wanted this very specific one to show you guys. This looks more like Excite Bike than anything. But that's hard to read. But that very much looks like Excite Bike. Yeah, Quartz. It was a good game. Yeah. That reminds me of it. And I got a buddy that still plays. I guess they still have it online somewhere. But all right, so we would walk through, and then we would keep adding more and more, and then we would get all the way down to we know Linux, right? Let's see what the very last level is. Oh, 34 doesn't exist yet. They teach you how to do cron. I think this would be a fantastic one. This might be one of our, I might tell guys to go do this as like a warm-up. The Bandit, that's pretty fun. I like that. I like that. That's a good little thing. All right. I got people messaging me. What's going on? Okay. Put it off topic for now. So what were we doing? Let's get this stuff out of the way. We were updating this and fixing this, and maybe my entry point here. So the question was, could my entry point be wrong? These are exactly what they look like in the original, which was right here. Hold on, I'll show you guys. This is what the Docker file looks like that works, right? This is the actual Docker file that works on the other one. And then we were doing the same thing in Packer, but obviously just an entry point of Python and a view.py. Apparently that doesn't work when you're using a different tool, because I'm doing entry point of Python command view.py. I'm doing the exact same thing. Working dir is the same. We're exposing the same. Maybe we don't need the expose, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I might have to. I think this is the same one that I had stopped on last time. All right, either way, let's copy this up. Let's save this up. So we at least have this part saved. Saved. Boom, commit. Save that up. So we need to find why. So I've got recommendations to try other things. For my let's see, expose is 6,000. All those other things are the same. App.run debug host. Let me see. We had a question about my Proxmox lab. Proxmox is going. Oh God, where do I have Proxmox? I gotta go look him up. Shoot, what was he? 197. I don't remember if this was him. No, that's Guacamole. Our Guacamole server's 197. What was Because I wiped my crap out the other day. We'll get out of Bandit real quick. See, I got Netzios here. Did I put Proxmox in here? I'm pretty sure I would have. I might not have though, because actually, oh, here he is. He's 203. Okay, and then. And then I think I need whatever his port is. What's Proxmox port? 8006, right? So let's get in here. Yeah. So to answer the question about how the Proxmox lab is going, it is up, but I just haven't done much with it. That's annoying. I did get Rocky stuff working, so it's connected back with Werewolf, right? Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Haku. I hadn't looked over there, but he's up, he's running. I actually bought him, so if you're wondering how it went when I bought him, he was he's a pretty beefy little server for what he is. I did get him before the RAM shot up, so he's got 512 gigs of RAM in him. He's not really doing much though. He's just kind of hanging out in the lab right now. I do need to get more servers on. In fact, one of the things I had meant to do today, depending on what my time looks like, is I wanted to build out some of the lab stuff. AD, I did not try the script for Proxmox. I looked at it. I'm pretty sure you were the one that had given me. There's a script out there, guys, that you can download, and it just basically takes all this crap away, all these little errors and stuff that you get from Proxmox. There's like a whole bunch of, I think there's like 30 scripts in one, and it just goes and sets a bunch of stuff up. Yeah. Yeah, this 512 gigs is pretty good. He's got a pretty decent amount of storage in him too. I want to say, how many disks did I put in there? He's got some number of terabytes. He's not some massive over-the-top box. He's got a few terabytes. I need to get some bigger storage stuff, but I just every time I start thinking about something, I get stuck doing something else. So, yeah. Anyways, he's there. He's ready. I have all the Ansible playbooks that I've built out for him, and I just need to start deploying stuff and getting the werewolf. I might be speaking on werewolf in February. I haven't heard back from those guys yet, but if they want me to speak at scale, I'll go speak at the scale for werewolf and where it kind of fits in high performance compute, which was, werewolf does these things here. It's the schedule. It's the resource manager. Sorry, it's neither of those. It's the provisioner and the cluster services. Scheduler and resource manager tend to be your Slurm tool, or I guess some of these other ones, Platform LSF, and other ones I don't really use professionally much anymore. But okay, anyway, so there. Let's Gosh, I just gotta figure out why. Let's see. Let's go. Flask with Docker. What's the call? What's the actual call inside of there? So this one says to do the command and do it as see if we can find another one real quick. I'm looking for Packer Flask application. Look at HashiCorp language. Okay. It's running Flask. I don't have the somewhere between here. Well, here. Somewhere between here, which works, and here, which does not work. There's some type of disconnect. So when I build, this is a Docker file and just building it with Docker, this image works just fine. But this one that I'm trying to expose, and maybe, no, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter my entry point. It shouldn't matter how. I'm looking at a write-up that somebody did. How are they doing the command? Hold on, I'm looking at build provisioner. This other one I see doesn't even have their command. All right, so there's another way. Well, I'm looking at this other way to do this, maybe, where we would use the provisioner shell. So instead of me setting it as part of the source and like the first part of the image as you're doing the source up here, I would set it here as part of, whoops, I would set it here as part of Etsy profile, and then when it runs, it would just start. I mean, I don't know. I haven't really used this tool for this anymore. Yeah, so did you see the script for proxmox tagging on entry point? Yeah, so my problem is entry point. Script for proxmox tagging. I think I need that on entry point. Double quotes. Well, I think we could just bypass all this and do it this way if we wanted to. This is so this would be using the provisioner shell, so down as one of my normal provisionings. Right? Down here, right, we got the build, and then down here we've got all these different types of provisioners. We could do a provisioner shell to add this in. We already have Flask, so I don't need the pip install Flask. We would just make Flask app into view.py, and it would actually be /app/view.py, but that's fine. And then we would do the command to just run it. And actually, we could just do the command to run it. We could try, I mean, I don't know, we can give this the old college try here anyways, right? We only got 10 more minutes in on the lab, but that's fine. Let's go look at our... We could just add this here as a provisioner. Control-Shift-V. And then now this will be a little different because we don't need this line and we don't need this line. And this is going to be /app and then, whoops, and then view.py. I mean, we've already done those things, so we don't need to do that again. Let's try this. Let's pull out. Yeah, we'll leave those, whatever. Let's see if it builds. Didn't crap all over. Those are little warnings when you use. Okay. And then let's see if we can run it. It hasn't failed. Hasn't failed yet. Let's try our curl. That's our one from earlier. Huh. Oh, wait a minute, the other one. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Show file like YAML made it one space inside. So HCL uses both, but the fun thing about it is if we go to root packer, one of the nice things about HCL is you can instead of just doing a build, you can do a format, and it'll actually just format it nice the way that they like it. So then when you cat your Docker Flask Packer HashiCorp, that is the way that they want it all indented. Could I have just made this like a bunch of slop and had like half of them all the way over and just a mess? It would have been fine. It would have still worked. But if you do a format, it'll turn it into the exact format with the proper indentation that they like to look at. But like again, if you just flat this to the left, like a JSON or like a Jinja template or something, where it doesn't actually care, as long as your structure is correct, it'll do this stuff. What I mean by that is like we can just this will still work like this, even if it looks like crap, and you know, like that's hard to read. Like nobody in all their world would want to run it, but that'll still build, right? That'll still build. And if I format it though, it'll wipe the formatting and make it correct. So format is a really nice little command, but it's not required. Like it's nice to like always format your stuff. It's almost like a little linter, because with format it'll tell you, like if it can't read it, then it'll also give you that, it'll tell you that it can't read it, because like if I took one of these off, like this is a whole different file, you know. The whole thing's gonna read different, and then it wouldn't be able to read it anymore. I didn't actually take that off, but if I did, it wouldn't be able to format it anymore. So it's almost like a little sanity check. But yeah, I need to figure out how the entry point works with this, because I really don't know how. We have all of these. I mean, I literally have all this other stuff. Packer. I could do something. I could just do something very simple like this and then try to run it. See, it wants to use 5,000, by the way, so we got to modify it off 5,000, because that's not the default for. We have something else over 5,000, which I guess I could get rid of that. That's not really required for the lab. The 5,000 piece where we push it. Where's that? Hold on, it's back here. I guess we don't really need that. We don't really need to use 6,000. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I don't know, like the override and that kind of stuff. I don't know how that works with Packer. So that's kind of what I'm like slowly trying to figure out. Like I had in my notes, so I took them out here to just let it try to run with this, dropping it in there and then running. That obviously did not start it. So then I might just rip everything out and do View.py did view.py. Root docker view.py went to app view.py, and then we ran app view.py there with Python. The original thing that we ran is here. Or Docker file. Endpoint end command. I mean, since I'm already in app as my working dir, I guess I can just do view.py. And we know that it works with the base Packer. The Packer build works fine. And the environment's gonna die. So entry point always runs unless overridden. Okay. Yeah. I'm not super worried. I mean, this part of the lab, not super worried. I might even just try this here, which is like I'll just make, so instead of using, so what I was doing, right, for anybody that came late, the lab's about to expire, but I built Packer, with Packer I built an image, right, and the image did these basic things here, right here, and this worked, right, so it builds an image and we push it up and it works. But in this image here, we're just doing some very basic things. We're running a Flask application and we changed it to port 6000. Over here though, then we did an apptainer thing, and that's unrelated. And then we moved over here, lab's dead. And we went down here and we found that we're having a problem with this because we're trying to build the same exact one, but we're using all the same tools, but we're doing it in Packer now instead of using the Docker tool. So what I might do, and maybe just to make this life easier, is I may try a guide like this and then just make a, root Docker 2 location, and then we'll build it, and we'll just, I'm just curious if this will work, right? Get this to work, and then add this in as, it'll be just image 2. It won't even be related. But everything else on here is essentially the same. We'll have to change the port to 6001, which again shouldn't matter. We'll make a requirements.txt with just Flask in it, and then we'll run it here. And everything here is pretty much the damn same as what I did, so there. Sergeant Silver, how's it going? Happy holidays. Yep, I agree. All right, well, that's a little bit of a headache. We don't have to worry about this right now. But that is Unit 6. That's the one that we had in progress. I've at least updated a little bit more of it. Unit 7. What is the topic of Unit 7? Let me go look at this. Automating Docker environments. We had a meeting for 7. I remember meeting with the guys for 7. I'll have to look at my notes on that one. All right. But anyways, yeah, Sergeant Silver, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are not working super hard and V schizophrenic. We're just kind of hanging out, not working too terribly hard today. I did think that this was a pretty good thing for you guys to try. That capture the flag style Linux game, I think that's a good one. That might even be good. Colchis, I don't know if you're still around, but Colchis, that's That might be a good little thing for them in their bash group. Get everybody to do that. Work through that as a little project. That would be kind of fun. So, okay. So our other stuff to do today. I'll dig back in on this stuff later. Gotta finish up 7 as well, and then I'll just be able to run through all the recordings. I'll be on the recordings, don't worry about that, guys. Could we do? I know I had some questions about HPC, and I could show you guys that. Oh, you know what actually I want to do? I need to put together a new... Let's open up a new PowerPoint. Just get a blank PowerPoint. And let's see if... Did I ever put together... I don't think I did. Over in the... That's my college stuff. Let's go browse our... documents, Linux group. Let's go look in our presentations. Did I ever put together, when we did it before, I don't think I did, set up a streaming one. Alright, so we don't have a streaming one. We got to talk tomorrow on streaming, and I don't have... I never put together a specific one. No. Nope, don't have it. All right. So maybe we'll go grab one of the other ones that we have, and we'll do it. Excited about Unit 8. Broke a lot of clusters. There is, let's see, the Unit 8 lab is already up. Automating K8s. Actually, that's all. That lab is up if you wanted to do it. I can link you the lab. That lab's done, but it's automating it via a tool called, well, we used Ansible, right? I can link you the lab if you want to do it. But I do need to put my presentation together for that one too. But I thought what I'd do just for now is get this going. Yeah, this is the... You'll go in and you'll build some stuff with Ansible and make sure that you have connections. Yeah, validations failed because I didn't do it yet. And you'll deploy some Kubernetes stuff with Ansible, and then it would allow you to like build and deploy environments. So, what do we want to do here? I kind of want to get one of these as my template, and then I'll put together kind of my notes for this talk that we're going to do. Just don't have a good generic one. Do I have a template in here? I think my template changes so often that I don't think any of my templates are worth anything. Let's just go with, oh shit, I don't know. I'm trying to think of one that's good for what we want for the talk. And again, I'm just going to strip it all out because I just want it as a presentation, as a template. Let's go with, fuck it, we'll just start with a blank one. What do you guys think? All right, what do we want to use as our blank presentation? A lot of times I just use like Slate because I'm kind of lazy. There you go. Sure. There we go. Boom. And this presentation will be ProLUG. Getting into streaming, because that's what the talk is going to be about tomorrow. Yeah, I'm a big fan of simple. Some of you guys will see that I do simple things pretty well, or I try to. Overview. So this will be overview, like what are we going to talk about? So last time I did it, we would say so what do you want to stream? You know, technology. Where do you want to stream? What platforms? For me, it's Twitch, YouTube. But I know how to do some of these other ones. I know how to at least set them up. I've never done X, but I could, I guess. And then what's another one? Where do you want to stream? What do you want to stream? What tools? Right, there's some free ones, there's some paid ones. I use free ones. I did use some paid ones early on, but I really don't think it matters nearly that much. Setting up your stream. I would say connecting. I would say maybe interaction. There's a bunch of hotkeys and tools you can use. This is from a talk that I'm going to do with the guys. You know, it's my limited, like what I've learned over the years of doing this. Whether it's good or not is really up to the listener, I guess. But it's, you know, and then, you know, the cheesy thing that everybody talks about is like building a community. I guess, I don't know. Have a persistent place for them to meet. Right? Like these kind of things, right? So this will be like the general outline, and then when I've done this, it's like, where do you want to stream, which platforms, and then what I might say with this, I think YouTube spelled like that, is like I'll show how to connect, how to get your connect string in there. Like I just have like a bunch of like, these are kind of my notes, and then like when I do the presentation, like I did before, I was just kind of candid. I showed them how to set things up, how to view stuff, how to use like we've got different tools. I'm a real big fan of StreamerBot. Sometimes I run StreamerBot. That guy's pretty good. And then this also becomes the review at the end. Right. So when we're all done, get down there. And actually, there's a pretty cool little thing. I found this from, I don't know where I found this from, but did you guys know that you could take an outline like this and then you can read it into like PowerPoint or probably some other tools too, but PowerPoint will do it and it'll generate a bunch of the slides for you. I actually use that sometimes. You can import here. Where's that at? Might be import. I don't know where it is. They add way too much crap in all of this. I thought it was in like, I saw an export. Yeah, I appreciate you coming by a haiku. I am technically working, but I'm not super busy right now. I'm working on other stuff in another screen. Where's the import at? I see the export. Right, we can export stuff. But I'm pretty sure I can import crap too. Actually, I know I can import stuff. I just don't see it anywhere. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. Hack Planet, how's it going? We're just hanging out, not working super hard right now. This is from a talk that I'm doing tomorrow with the group. Man, if I could just not have that pop up in my face every time. This is like our little streaming technology. Some of the guys have wanted to get in, and I was going to show them how to set up OBS, set up some different scenes and stuff so they can jump between what they're doing. Probably the tools and technology and stuff like that. Let me add that a little bit. Connecting, interaction. Probably add some let's call this connecting scene setup. Should have different scenes. I don't really, guys, I'm pretty vanilla. I really don't care about a lot of that stuff, but I do have it, right? Like, I mean, we can there's other stuff in the way. You know, we can go between our different scenes and we can have different stuff pop up and I can interact, you know.
I can answer that for money.
Get to the chopper!
I have a bunch of stuff like that. I don't use a lot of it.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Anybody know who the Do It Live guy is? That's one of my favorites. That guy's so mad. Oh, the Ace Attorney. Objection. I need more of those. I have a little streamer deck that Fisherman sent me for Christmas, so now the onus is on me to use it more, and I don't really use it as much as I probably should. Maybe I need like a welcome one when people say hi, and I can just say hi back to people, but with something silly. I don't know. This is like, these are my thoughts on it. And I did this one a few months ago, and people liked it. People thought it was pretty okay, which is all I really need. Just need you guys to think it's pretty okay. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just meandering because I don't really want to do anything. So that's where I'm at right now, guys. Oh, and then we got a little end of stream. We got our little co-working. That does right? the
We have a recording of me talking about other
cleanup.
stuff. There's our intro. Here's our streaming. And with streaming, I can turn my camera on or off, right? So I can be here, then you guys can see me, or I can not be here, right? This is kind of this is how I was streaming here. And I got a bunch of other crap. Oh, all kinds of little things. Oh yeah, look at that lab time. I didn't even think about putting lab time up. Like when we're working on labs. Not working too hard. Different tickers that we have. This was different questions that people could ask. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of interactions we could have with like streamer bots. So I'll probably spend some time with that. So I'll get my these ideas. I'll organize them down into like each one of these. So a new slide will be. Hold on a second here. What do you want to stream where? Where? Tools. Man, my typing is down super bad. And then build a community. Right, build a community. So these will be my high level outlines.
Quartz said, can you be a fly on the wall on Sunday? Let's see, which one's Sunday? Because there's a few on Sunday. The big one on Sunday is the Tales from... I want as many people there as possible. Nobody has to talk. This one actually... So the... I have a few people that have said that they'll come and talk as well. But basically, the seasoned IT guys are going to tell you stories about ourselves in the industry. So this is just going to be kind of like a hangout end of the year, try to motivate people. Yeah, anybody can come to this, Quartz. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to make... Like, I'm not going to, like, point at people and make them talk or anything. This is going to be for people that want to, right? But anybody that wants to come to any of these events, the one Saturday is the one that I'm kind of looking at, which is the streaming technology, getting into streaming. Anybody's welcome to come to this. We'll have a meeting, talk about setting up OBS. I'll show you guys, like, I'll pull over the OBS and show you guys, like, the basic stuff that I use, and then, you know, the places to get, like, music and stuff like that, and, like, because there's free music out there that people might want. I think the Bash study group should be going tomorrow, but sometimes they cancel it just because the holidays, so just keep an eye on that if you guys want. And then the automation course study group, I think this one is on hiatus until next week, so don't expect this one to be there. But yeah, all these other events, Writer's Room may be out too, unless I dump a bunch of docs on them. But these are the guys that write the books, so if anybody's interested in doing the books and getting into the website or the repository, it's all right here for you guys. Yeah, this stuff is all, everything we do in the group, and we're starting back on the 3rd for the automation course, everything we do in the group is free, guys. Like, I'm trying to get people to do Linux so I can go quit and do other things. I just need to get, you know, my Linux successor to come in and do all this stuff for me. And then I'll go do, like, I don't know, sit around and just be like an old vet that talks about the war. No, I can't ever do that. Some of you guys know I can't be a bro vet. I can't make that my whole life. I just can't do it, man. Like, even like one of my brothers who has not done that, but he can hang out with, like, the vet groups at work. He went to Afghanistan. My brother Tommy did, but he can hang out with the vet groups. I can't. I literally can't sit and talk with any of those people. Oh, I'm getting pinged from my other job. Hold on, let me go check this. I'll get pings all day because I'm the POC. I'm the point of contact for my team until New Year's Eve. So I've took it from Christmas Eve to New Year's Eve. Some of you guys might say that's the worst. I think it's one of the best because if there's a problem, I'm already a vet. Yeah, schizophrenic. Yeah, I went to Iraq in 2003 as an infantryman for the Army. Yeah, long time ago. I'm just not making it a personality, right? Like it's not everything about me. I also do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and that's not my entire personality either. I know people who, man, they do some of this stuff and it becomes everything, you know, like only purple touches my body when I'm a purple belt, and I've been a black belt for 5 years, but it's like, oh, like, and if anybody knows about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, that's not the same as others. You have to earn that thing on the mat. There's no pretending to get that one. Quartz said, I've been trying to get some of my buddies to study AWS to join the Discord and share the link for Sunday with them. Nice. Yeah, Quartz, that's definitely cool. I want to get some of our senior guys like Fisherman and some of the other dudes. I'm trying to get them to do more either monthly or bi-monthly things where you guys can hang out and talk about stuff like AWS. Because I used to do a lot of studying with AWS back in the day. So, yeah, schizophrenic, you got to get your cyst. Yeah, I had a buddy who had real bad cyst for BJJ on his ribs, and he couldn't train for a while. But yeah. Yeah, I've been training that for 23 years now, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so it's actually kind of funny. But my point in saying that was I don't make any of this stuff my whole personality, right? Like you won't see me like wearing a vet hat and sitting around all day sipping the same beer, complaining about the war, you know, like I don't find that productive. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that if that's what makes you feel good. It's just that's not for me. Shunya, you'd be interested in AWS? Yeah, we used to do a whole bunch of them. I'd like to get the guys back into doing that. we have. I know a while ago, Sending Grounds was pretty fired up doing interview questions with you guys, helping you guys get ready. He's done quite a bit of interviews, and he was actually sitting and doing individual interviews with people. So I think that's a thing that's kind of valuable. I think. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just not working super hard right now. I feel like when I had a lot of energy earlier, and then I kind of dropped off when we started working on stuff. So I think I'm probably just wanting to play Brotato. That's probably what the problem is. I'll tell you guys what. I'll keep working on this stuff. Got a fair amount of people over on the Twitch side, but maybe we'll find somebody to raid, and then I'll come back around later, and maybe I'll come back today to record some of these, because I'm getting pretty close. Yeah, Brotato's calling. Schizophrenic, the server migration's good. I haven't, it's funny, I haven't been actively moving other systems. Hold on, where's that? I haven't been actively moving other systems to it. I just kind of got the integration with my werewolf environment up. So we could at any point expand into this very rapidly. That's what's ready. The thing that I need to do, and this is something that like I need to put on the agenda, and then we just need to do it, is I need to go into werewolf here. This is so the question is, what are we doing? We've got these are the current working like images. If I were to take this, so the question was, how much have we moved into the new Proxmox server? The answer is not nearly as much as we should. But let me show you this real quick. So here's our image list, and then you say, well, where are those images used? Go list -a grep -i image. Right, here's where they're used. What I need to do, and this is kind of like a put a pin in it, is my tool. Do I even have it on here? Text the name of that tool. We were literally just building in it. Oh my god. Oh, Aptainer. I don't even have it on here. But what I need to do is I need to pull down with Aptainer a new version of Kali, and then I'm gonna make my own. There's no Kali images for Werewolf that I know of. So I'm going to build a Kali image. What's going to come along with that then is there's going to be a significant amount of images. Like I'm going to have to change, so like Debian interfaces or if config's common for our net stuff. I'm going to have to make Kali specific implementations of this so that I could blow up a bunch of these. And then what we'll do is we'll take that Kali image and we'll put it to one node, right? We'll put Kali on one node here, boom, right? Because we already have this integration set. And then once we have that up, we're going to open up our, well, we just found it earlier. Yeah, we'll put up our guacamole and we'll connect into the, no, we'll connect into here. I think it's this. And then for you people that haven't been here before, we can come in here and we've got like a whole bunch of users. Here's my history, but we have a bunch of users that are in here, and I'll get more users. We actually have to integrate this with the Discord so that it just makes people. Control byte, there's yours. And what I'll do is I'll set up the connections to go back to those. We'll maybe build like 5 Kali boxes out, maybe like 3, and they'll only show up. The cool thing about connections is when you build a connection, check this out. If you've never seen one of these connections, you can limit the number of users. So then they'll just kind of be sitting back there. And then what will happen is anybody can log in. They can use the Kali boxes. They can test the environment that we have for them, pen test, do whatever, elite hacksaw type stuff they want to do. Everybody thinks they want to be elite hacker, right? But really it's just giving people an environment that they can do this stuff in. Then they can be the elite hacker or whatever. But I would just have them back-ended here, and then when people are done and they log off, they just reset the box, and it'll just come up from Werewolf as a brand new Kali box. That's basically from the image. So that's a thing that I have to do because I want to have a slight ability. And then you say, well, why would you do Kali? Well, because Kali's lightweight. You can build Kali really lightweight. It's got all the pen testing tools. Since I'll be giving a GUI out, people will be able to also see like the internal Grafana and some of the other lab stuff that we have. And one of the things, like, I know Colchis, I don't know if Colchis is still around, but he's one of the guys who's been with us for quite some time, and he just needs experience as an admin, right? So even while he's waiting and looking for work, I can make him and maybe one of our other guys like an admin, and then they can get into those boxes, jump up, come into the environment, and then they can do admin type work in the lab. And then, you know, from there we can start to, they can at least start to get some of the stuff. Kali for the hacksters. Yeah. So. Yeah, Action, yeah, HPC plus GPU, yeah. I'm going to try to do, like, kind of from the talk earlier, I kind of want, yeah, the Cold Kiss stuff is funny. Because it keeps thinking I'm saying Cold Kiss instead of his actual name. But no, Action, yeah, I'm going to probably do from one of the talk earlier that we were having, somebody else had asked me about it. Probably like all the things around HPC that we can do with the labs, and just get people as ready as we can for doing HPC work, right? You know, we want to get people into doing this stuff and understanding, like, everything I do, like, and this may be apparent to some of you, but if anybody had missed it, everything I do is very simple. It's just a string of simple things. I don't do deeply complex things. None of these commands I've done were complex. They were just simple commands that were, like, you know, mostly memorized. I'm kind of like a parrot just dropping them in. Like any monkey can type these things out. So where I'm going with that is you guys can learn how to do this stuff. Right? Like, you guys can do this. Hey, Akshani, can I tell you something funny about Hunger Games? I've got a true aversion to that movie. I was actually sitting in a dentist chair one time, and they had like a TV up, and they had Hunger Games on, and I was like, I've never seen that before. And she's like, do you want me to turn it up? And I said, no, actually, I'd rather you guys turn that off. I want to look at I said I would rather look at a blank screen while my teeth get drilled on than watch Hunger Games. And that's always been funny to me. Also, I have a buddy who spent 2 years in prison, and while he was in prison, he read the Hunger Games books. He read like 4 or 5 of them in like one day. And he said he was just sitting there just reading them in his cell. And I said, how was it? And he goes, man, Scott, you know what? I can't get that time back. He would have rather sat in prison and looked at the wall than read those books. I always thought that shit was funny. All right. Anyways, but all right, I can't drop off because there's too many people on. So we'll start. Let's start some of this Aptainer stuff. We'll get some of this stuff going, because maybe that's a fun little thing to start with, and we'll work on the getting into streaming stuff kind of as we go. But let me pull up my notes here, and I'm going to make a new one, and then we'll slap some notes together. Notes for the Kali build out with Werewolf. This is going to be like I'm just typing a bunch of words that don't make any sense together. Notes for the Kali build out with Werewolf using Aptainer. All right, so let's think of the things that we need, and then we'll do that. But real quick, but first, a break, because I've been talking for like 2 hours. Break. If I could spell it. All right, take a break real quick. I'll put my little hourglass up. Quick break. And then Aptainer and Werewolf topics in the ProLUG lab, right? So we'll just do that, and we do have Werewolf working up in Killer Coda as well for some of this stuff. So, all right, I'll be back.
All right. Smoke them if you got them. But it occurs to me, I found these little Cheez-Its downstairs, so I might not be able to type much. I'll try to eat them all before break's over. And I can eat them while playing Brotato. We're still on break. Brotato. No, god damn it. Most annoying fucking game. It's not the game's fault, it's the damn Windows fault. Play some Brotato while we wait. Play with a character I basically am guaranteed to win with every time. Even if I'm not looking at the screen because I'm eating Cheez-Its. Yeah, I'm gonna build Callie in an Aptainer. See if I can get it to run in Werewolf, yeah. See how that goes. But no, to answer the question, I haven't started that yet. It would actually be for a course I haven't written yet. Also because I'm kind of being lazy. And I don't want to work on the automation course. No, I'll power through that automation thing here in a little bit. I'm just being lazy. I don't want to think super hard and troubleshoot things. We're still on break. I'm still just munching away on my little... taking mostly damage. I'm using my other hand than I normally play with this for this game. Although I am right-handed, I tend to play this game with WASD, not the arrow keys. So I don't think I'm as fluid with my right. But I should beat this one relatively easy. This is the easiest guy to beat it with. Yeah, you guys can ask me off-topic stuff whenever you want, Haiku. Hopefully I answer them in some way. Oh yeah, 12% damage is definitely a choice there. More guns. Yeah, I don't know if I have like any real reason. I mean, Callie will probably just be what I let the admins in on, maybe to start. Timer's up. All right. Let's write out our steps. So, get this cheese off my fingers. Steps.
it was just werewolf like that. All right. Pull down a Kali image. Ingest image into 4 is going to assign the Kali image to a node. Boot and see. And then essentially then it'll be build overlays and assign build overlays for Kali image, and then it'll be, you know, assign overlays to node and continue testing boot. This is like the general high level of what I need to walk through to do this. Like, yeah, put some food pics out there. What kind of food stuff's out there? Oh, this might be interesting. I didn't even see this. I must have missed this from Chris. Okay. Let me see. You guys are going to put stuff in the food channel? A fair amount of stuff up in the food channel, guys. Alright. So. Let's see what we need. Can we install Aptainer on this box? We don't have it. If it's there, what repo is it in? It's in EPEL. Okay. Right. So I'm just writing down my notes. Here's our version. Right? So as we install this thing and go through whatever we're doing, we can also keep track of this stuff, right? Like this was just my, you know, scratched out on a notepad or on a cocktail napkin notes, but now it's becoming like I always tell you guys I have 3 levels of notes. My first level is what's going on here in the terminal, and it's being logged behind screen, right? Then my second is like kind of a etched out first version, kind of like if you've ever seen somebody sketch with like a pencil before they go over it hard. So then, like, so now we've got this part, and we've got Aptainer there. And the next thing we might do is right? We might pull down and then we might throw that into werewolf, right? Oh, excuse me. So we might use something like this. Aptainer, we're going to pull this down here, right? And we'll go get the Kali Linux Docker, maybe. Because this will be a lightweight one. All right. So that one might be denied. Then we do have other ones we should be able to use. I I think I can just pull this one. Oh, I'll just right click. Whoops. Docker Kali rolling. Alright, that'll let us pull. I'll eat more of my Cheetos or cheesies. So this will be whoops. There we go. I didn't mean to put that up. There you go. All right. So I should just see that file sitting here. Yep. And then to ingest that into Werewolf, it's going to be simply whatever the I should just be able to pull it in as a .sif. Let me see if I can just we might be able to do this in one command actually. All right, let's just build this. Now this is going to be a little bit different command now, because now this is going to be and it's going to be so pull that all in. Okay. I'm going to do wwctl. There we go. We got Kali base. Interesting. The Haiku, the Brotato's still here. We didn't lose. We're just on Endless Wave 4. And I always play on the highest danger level, guys, if you don't know. I always play, that's the only way I play Brotato, on the hardest level. Take fire. Okay. So, we see the Kali base there. We should be able to, if we want to test it, wwctl image. Hold on. We should have, oh. That's no good. Where's my... Let's do it that way. We should be able to, where am I? I feel like I'm missing a fair amount of, oh my gosh. Where did my mouse go? Okay, everything's frozen. Guys, my whole system's frozen. Wonderful. Very, very thankful for this terrible system. I guess I'll just stay down here in the command line if my whole system's going to freeze on me. I'll just stay over here. WWCTL image and it should be exec. Yeah, guys, my whole system's freezing right now. I literally can't even move my mouse around. All right, there we go. We got a basic little system here. All right. I gotta check some things on this box. Some of you know that I don't do a whole lot of Kali anymore. Not since it was called Wapix. That is hilarious what my CC thinks I said. All right. Man. My whole system's dying right now, guys. I apologize. So where is... I'm curious. I don't know their... Oh, wow. This must be pretty stripped down. Okay. Well. I actually don't know where. Yeah, I thought it would be an Etsy network. There is no Etsy network interfaces. So that's not... Huh. No? Huh. I guess maybe my version is too stripped down. I mean, I took the Kali rolling because that's the rolling updates, and I'm fine with it being one of those. I'm not worried about that. The guys can update it once we get it up and running. I don't see the network anywhere. This won't work if it can't get out. Oh, that can get out, so it can, let's see. All right. They're using if. So they're not using the IP command. They're not using if config. What are they using? Huh. You think it's an Etsy systemd network? NetTools isn't even there. Nothing either of those. Yeah, Runamucker NetTools aren't even on it. Yeah, no, it's fine. This is not a big deal. Yeah, NMCLI. Oh, not found. I mean, maybe the rolling version is too... we're on a network for sure because we just did our apt update and we got to this. What? Yeah, we got some kind of really stripped down something. Well, I mean, we've got the image, which is good. We can update the image. We should be able to. I think it's because we took a rolling image. We might have to. Yeah, we might have to go instead of a rolling image. We might have to use one of the more stable ones, which is fine. Guys, we're just playing with this for now. We can go back and modify the version we grabbed, right? And then just redo our steps. That's why we keep our steps, because then we know what we need to modify and then redo. So this is like it's like lab build out stuff, right? Like we're that's our path. Sorry guys, I'm sitting here munching on Cheez-Its still, which is greatly slowing down my typing. I'm going to use Kali for the desktop, iHaku, and what I'll be able to do is give some of the guys wanted to be admins in the lab, so I'll give them admin powers through this. Now you might say, couldn't you just give them admin directly through a login? Sure, absolutely I can do that. But I want them to be able to admin the system, see the Grafana, see all the stuff inside. There's the environment. Yeah, I think this is just a rolling Runamucker. I think it's just that because it's the rolling version. What we have in the sudo user Scott. That's funny. If I went and pointed to, real quick, if I went and changed we can change our apt repositories, guys, and I can change these all. And if I pointed to the regular stuff, I bet we can get this running. Yeah, I think we could do it. We just don't have anything on this damn box right now. We could get NetTools on it.
I have no doubt of that. Yeah, iHaku, this is what we do around here. Try to get people into doing Linux. And sometimes we're just messing around in the lab like I am now. But this is no different than what I would do at work. I mean, I might not have as much cheesy sticks or cheesy stuff on my hands, but my wife had a bunch of Cheez-Its downstairs, probably for the grandbaby, but they're at the zoo, so I get to eat whatever I want. That's not true, but well, it is true that they're at the zoo. Yeah, this is what we got here. Sorry guys, I'm still over here munching. Yeah, iHaku, my wife's been a help desk person for 22 years now. She doesn't want to move up though. She just wants to be help desk until she retires in 3 years from the school district. So, I can't blame her. She's just gonna stay there until she's done. Sitting on the help desk, fixing people. She does a lot with Active Directory. That's my wife. We actually joke around. We met when she was at the help desk. But she's still there. I don't think that it won't run it. It just doesn't have IP. And then when I went to put NetTools on, it's got all the rolling. So I think the problem is multifaceted. We downloaded a rolling version of Kali, right? And it's pointed to probably whatever rolling tools they need, no extras. So what I probably need to do is come back here, get a different version of Kali that we can download that's not the rolling version. Then when we jump into it, it'll have the other repositories and it'll either have that, you know, networking already there. Yeah, this is super minimal. So what I might do is let me get Kali rolling is the most current and frequently updated. Kali last release was built from last stable version. If we want just Kali headless, we can do that, but we don't want Kali headless. We do want a GUI. And you say, why would you put a GUI on it? Well, because I'm going to have the guys coming in through Apache Guacamole for this one. So this one won't be our normal command line only box. This one will have other powers. So Haku, I will always touch computers. I sit here and play with this whether they're paying me or not, and then I tell people all the time I can't believe they pay me what they do to do this stuff. So yeah, I've been doing it for about 25. But I live, like, people think I'm kidding, but I literally live at a command line all day. Like, on my other screen, oh, my systems are free. Actually, I got to do a little bit of work for a second here. Give me 1 second, guys. I got a little bit of work to do on my other side real quick. So I'm going to release some systems back into the environment. Give me a second. They're testing. We do these checks called war checks on our systems to make sure that they're clean and that they're within 5% latency of all the other systems in the environment. So I'm doing that on a different screen. And then I'm going to move them into the right environment. And then when I'm done with this, I'm going to send an email. Let's see if I can find this email. All right. Okay. Sorry guys, I gotta send an email real quick. And done. Okay. Just babysitting big systems on the other side. Yeah, Runamucker, sorry, you were on a break, but what happened was I was working on my other screen real quick. And so what all I was pointing out was I'm pointing at these other ones, so I probably want to just go to a different version of Kali. It looks like we could probably do here's their official Docker images are Kali rolling, Kali last release, and Kali dev. And I wonder if I'm gonna go look at them. Kali rolling, Kali last release, Kali dev, Kali bleeding edge, and Kali experimental. I don't need any of those. Maybe we get away with. Let's try this. Let's try this way. We'll exit it here. So. Okay. And we're back in our normal box. We'll do an Aptainer poll of a different version, right? And then this one will be, we'll go with last. Oh, and then we'll go Kali Linux. Right, we'll get that. And then we'll go modify this to be Kali. We'll call this Kali last release sandbox, and then Kali Linux .sif, and then when we import it, oops, it'll be inside of Kali last release sandbox. What? Oh, I did the name and the thing backwards. Last release. That was my bad. Oh, I spell things wrong all the time. Kali last release sandbox. There we go. Import it. Try to not be a dummy about it.
Oh, Eddie, yeah, that might be right. Subctl status system D network and see where the config is. Yeah, that might have worked. I'm just gonna try to go around the problem because I think there was probably going to be too much in there. So now we got Kali base and Kali last release. So now we go do our image shell into Kali last release. So now let's see what's in here. IP still not found. This is at least going to more like better repos. Yeah. Still not, huh? Huh. Yeah, I don't... Shit, what do they use? They insist there's an IP command on here, but... All right, so it's just something on my network. Oh, he's actually got the pass-through of our... Because that's our local... That's our werewolf system. So he's actually just got a pass-through of his IP. I wonder if this one will work. I'll show it. Okay, okay, okay. There's kernel level routing, so that's exactly passed through from the werewolf box, though, so that's fine. Systemctl not even found. Oh wow. What the heck is found here then? That's interesting. I guess this guy has the most basic of all things. How many total? Oh wow, that is what we would call very lightweight. Let's see. Take 5 off of that. There's only 80 packages on this whole box. That's pretty lean. And that includes the network that we added, which was NetTools. All right, well, interesting. Interesting. Okay. All right, so this system coming up like it did is fine, right? Let's just jump to the next step. We'll let it be broken, but let's jump to the next step and watch what happens here. So I'm going to false exit, not make any changes. Image list. List. Rocky is kind of, this Rocky 4 box is kind of my, I kind of abuse this box. So we're going to set his profile off of the Rocky Linux 9. He is going to, oh man, yeah, he's got all of these things that are not going to probably work, and that's going to be fine. But we're going to still do it to see what happens to the poor guy, and we'll see what happens. Okay, let's build images, and then let's set. Here we go. We're going to basically do one of these commands. You guys never do this. Sometimes it's nice to... Oops. There's our list. And we're going to do wctl node set. And we're going to do Rocky 4 to image. And his image is going to be... We'll give him the Kali last release. Rocky 4. Boom. Haiku, what are you saying? What's the name of the version? I would like to set a box for that version. I'm super tired. So, are you talking the werewolf version or one of the other guys? Or all right, we see it on the Kali last release. Let's do wctl overlay build for Rocky 4. All right, so now he's got his new images and his Rocky stuff built. He boots over here though, so we can actually watch him boot. I say him, it's just a server, right? When the server boots, he is going to come up and try to establish a DHCP connection. We've done this many times, but we're going to do it again, and we're going to see what he pulls down. So we're going to pull down Rocky 4. He's going to come up and he's going to say, I don't know who I am. And Werewolf is going to respond on DHCP and say, well, you're this guy. You're Rocky 4. He doesn't know who he is right now. Now he knows who he is. And he's going to pull that Kali last image down into him as a server. And maybe it breaks, but maybe it also works. Let's see what happens. Doesn't look like that worked right. Rocky 4, iPixie... Didn't boot, didn't pull down. Okay. Why is it not? Yeah, they're not building. There we go. We didn't build them yet. Kali base actually we don't really need right now, but see it didn't because it didn't provision in here. So watch now. Now it's got it. So wctl image build Kali last release, right? That's the one that we're now gonna do, and then now we'll rebuild his overlay. Just rebuild everybody's overlay. Fine. Who cares? Now he should at least have an image to pull. Whether he boots it or not is another story, but he should at least have one. Oh, let's see. No bootable device. All right. Okay, hold on. So those ones are there. He's over here spinning. He's coming up. He's seeing his image, Kali last release. Download kernel image, not finding it. It's called a Pixie boot, in case anybody's wondering. Pixie boots, PXE, or IPXE boots, are where your system comes up and then it pulls everything it needs to boot itself from another node on the network somewhere. So that's what's happening with Werewolf in this node. However, CLI content error, it's failing. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's possible. Hold on. Grep dash I. No. Rocky 4. What doesn't he have, or what does he need? Cali last release. We built the images. Nothing to change. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Or live werewolf. Oh, the roots environments there. Okay, okay, those are there. None of those should matter. Um, hmm. We're just gonna look for all the werewolf on this box. Share overlays. We used to have ProLUG back in the day. Alright, that's less than useful. We used to have just the werewolf log, and I love the werewolf log because it would just show you everything that was happening. But I swear they don't have, ever since they switched to version 4.4, I don't know where that is anymore. Alright, he's gonna spin until we set him back. Let's set him back. We'll go throw him back to, he can be, watch, it's this simple when we do it too. Oh shit, what was it? It's Rocky, I can't remember. Rocky Linux 9. Oh my gosh. Ah, it's in there somewhere. Yamuk, thanks for the prime. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. It'd be faster for me to just type it. Huh. WCTL overlay build. It'll build all the overlays again. And then now, watch, when he boots this next time, because he's correct now, when he boots this next time, now he comes up to his old node. So this is the part that I thought was going to take the most time. So assigning the Kali to a node, relatively simple, right? Like it's just assigning, you know, whatever the Kali box, whatever our image is. Right. That part's pretty easy to do, but the getting the node to boot is going to be the right. That's where we got right here. We got the node to spin. Watch. By the way, it's back on Rocky 4. He can do. You know, he's the dev box. We can get to him here. Like we know who he is. Like this is. So, whenever you build in a new image like this, you always have a lot of kind of initial stuff to set up. And this is the part that's going to spin for a while. We're going to have to go figure out why that image. And it used to be so much easier because you had a log, but apparently, you know, again, they've removed these logs. So, you know, where are the current logs at?
I can answer that.
For money. I don't know why that keeps. I think when I hit Control Shift, that pops up. Yeah, I didn't mean to make that a hotkey, but apparently I did long ago. I have other hotkeys, and I think that the keys are just shared. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. We got that going. Why is this? Hold on. Where are the logs? Are they just going in there? Let's just do... Huh. Oh, they're just going to werewolf. They're just going to varlog messages now. All right, well, I mean, that's not where I'm used to seeing it. They used to always be varlog, werewolf, werewolf D. Or werewolf.log. Alright, well, this is fine. So apparently, they're just normal system logs now. So what we could do then is tail-f of our log messages. And then send our box spinning. And it would tell us that our system was trying to provision or get whatever stuff. All of these are actually just the system happening to pull its... runtime logs, right? Or runtime overlays. Runtime overlays are always running. But why is... Alright. Some things to check. We just want to see Rocky 4. How he's booting. Now he's back to Rocky Linux 9, but we had changed him. He should have at least been downloading. Let me think. All right. So we're gonna test it again, but now we're gonna watch. We're gonna test. Oh, damn it! We're gonna test again, and then we're gonna watch. So Kali. Overlay. Oh, geez. Build for Rocky 4. So he sees his provisioned overlays. Nothing to change. It'll say it's current. And then if that's done, we're going to come over here. We're going to reboot him. No. Reset him. It's fine. Let's watch just werewolves. Ah, okay, wait, there's a problem. No kernel found for Rocky. Okay. Well, that's an issue. That could be an issue. He comes up. He's booting. And there's his error. No kernel found for Rocky 4. Alright, let's go through that in our notepad. Because we like to have our error messages. And we should be able to tab them all in. Yeah. So then, you know, when we're going to look at it and go, well, what the hell's happening? Why is this thing not booting? It's saying, well, we're trying to send something over stages the kernel, and there's no kernel found for Rocky 4. So I thought, and this is my werewolf background. Oops, Rocky 4, we want 4. I thought that the kernel was based inside of the image now. So let's go look at shell. Oh. Well, that'll do it. See what it wants to upgrade. See what this says. Oh, I don't want Linux. Haiku, I'm not sure why my terminal flashed. Probably just me hitting tab. I'm gonna try this one. I never tried this apt. Curious what that's gonna do. Nothing. Nothing.
gotta get the kernel in here. Yeah, I think if I hit tab in here, it'll... Or if I hit back. So it's just like an error message. Haiku. It's like it's, I don't get a system beep. So it's the next best thing to a system beep, I guess. So what I'm trying to do now is find... Trying to think of how best to do. Huh. My keyboard's like actually a pretty cheap one. It's tell you what it is here if you guys want to know. Because I don't get asked like a super large amount of times about keyboards, but I have been asked a few times about my keyboards. And I have two that I use that are the same on different desks over here. Sometimes you guys will hear me cut over to the other desk. Let me grab it real quick. Hold on. I'll pull it up for you guys. It's like middle of the road. It's very like low end keyboard, but it does pretty good. And I don't care about the click clack, but I do like the pressure, like the back pressure when I type. Nobody wants like a super soft keyboard when they're typing, you know. You want like kind of like some push. This is the one that I use right here. It's like a middle of the road, $20, almost $30. That's the one I use. Nothing special. And then the wife likes it. She's got one too. Middle of the road keyboard. Not anything super high end or nothing. You know, people spend $600-700 on a keyboard. I just have a few of these on my different desks around me. So yeah, it's not terrible. But it works fine. And I don't spill shit on mine, but apparently it's water resistant. Yeah, it's only like $30. It's pretty cheap as far as that goes. So all right. So we got to get a kernel in the image, which shouldn't be too difficult. We could probably just build a kernel in this cherooted environment here and get this to at least spin up.
trying to work. All right. Let's see if what we got in here. Let's just do more for now. Oh, I got people pinging me from work. Give me a second here, guys. Oh yeah, Haku, that's very true. The mechanical keyboard stuff can get pretty expensive. I know guys that spend a lot of money on building them and playing with them and that kind of stuff. So it's definitely a thing. Shoot. Okay, I need to find. What can we find as far as? Now we already tried. We don't have any history, but we tried the full upgrade, and that's not going to give us anything because probably all the things that we have here. Kali snapshot and releases. Where are these other things at? That's weird. Huh. Oh, it's all in sources. There's no extended. I see. That's all the Kali stuff right there. Okay, so we have all the things that it can see there. Hmm. This is the kernel of the version of the system I'm on right here, by the way, in case anybody's wondering. You'll see disparities between that and this. Let's do... take this generic one. See if that'll just install. We need all the dependencies, yes. We'll also need the headers for that. So we'll take the headers as well. That'll be, oops, well, when that's done. All right. It's going to install that, install the initram FS. We might have to build a drag cut image for that, which will be another step. So initram FS is needed with the first, when you first boot a kernel, initram is all the stuff that it sets up before you go to your switch root and get all the other binaries and stuff you need. Okay, we're going to switch the image here to the headers so that this thing can do all the stuff it needs to. We're going to need headers if we build a drag cut image. So we'll get all this stuff. Yep, and there's all our compilers. Okay. Now we're doing this inside of an image inside of our werewolf, right? So we're not modifying werewolf, we're modifying the image underneath it. So that's where we're at. And we're doing it to Kali land. This is the thing that we're doing right here, guys. In case anybody's wondering, we were building Kali within our werewolf using an apptainer tool. We took a break, right? So the break's all done, and then the steps were, you know, get it down, get a version. We didn't use the rolling version. We used a different version, so we'll grab that and we'll fix that command when we get this all working. We got it all ingested into werewolf. That's not hard to do. But then when we got into actually pumping the node out there, there was no kernel. So if there's no kernel, that makes sense because we were using a base image that didn't have a kernel. So okay, well then we'll go into the image and we'll add the kernel. That's what we just did, right? So add the we'll say in here build node and see if we get it working. So add a kernel to fix this problem. So this was our kernel fix, right? This was what our kernel error looked like. Now, we've done that inside of there. We're going to say true and exit. So it's going to build that image into the latest build release. And then now this guy who's over here spinning is going to try to boot. And he's found inside of Kali an initram FS. So he's got a kernel and an initram FS. So we're going to actually restart him one more time. Once that's done, yep, okay. And then we're going to history, and we're going to bang 1408, bang, exclamation mark, boom. And then now we'll watch him try to boot. He's booting, but I think his drag cut's the problem. We're gonna have to build that next. But at least he's not failing on this anymore. You see that? He's at least coming up to there. These are all these other messages. We're gonna we don't want to see runtime. We want to see this work, but we want to see. Okay, wait. So we dropped into. So check this out. Initram FS as a file system. So BusyBox Debian built-in shell. Okay. So there's something broken here, but that's fine. We're in an initram FS. We can work around this. We at least have a kernel. Yep. Yeah, there's our kernel. So we're one step further. Does that kind of make sense, guys? As we're doing this thing, and the box is up now. He's up. He's not ready yet. He's still limping along. This image is not ready yet, right? The image has been modified and updated, but he is not working yet. And then in our notes, we've bypassed this kernel problem. So this problem has, what existed, but now we know how to fix it, so we won't ever see this again. We don't really even need to keep track of the error anymore once we bypass it. But now the next part is Dracut had a problem coming up, so we're going to have to go do what's called building a Dracut image, or D-R-A-C-U-T. I never know how to say that. I call it Dracut. Let's fix this, by the way. Hold on. Looks like my voice in the background has stopped working. There it is. You guys should be able to see me talking again. That's good. Everybody likes that. What do we have earlier? Oh, somebody showed us this, guys. In case anybody's interested, this was a pretty fun one. Some of you guys, we might do this maybe even as a group one day. I'll maybe do like we'll do the over the wire challenge. But this was a fun one. We started in here. This one was sent to us as this bandit war game. So if any of you guys want to try that, I thought that was super fun. I only played with it for like a couple minutes earlier, but I think that's one that some of you guys might. Was that you, Haku? Somebody gave that to me earlier, and that was pretty cool. I think for somebody who's absolute beginner, it's a nice little war game to get you in there practicing. That's cool. I like that. Yeah. I do like that. We'll get the guys doing that. Here's the host information, and you just start running through. And I tell you guys all the time, I'm a big fan of like learning where you like this. We're just messing around the environment, right? I'm not really trying to teach you guys anything here. But when we are teaching stuff, or when we are working on stuff, I'm a big fan of just like, hey, let's all get in the same environment and start clicking stuff and doing stuff, because I think that's a better way for you guys to learn. This is just me as a 17 years as a college professor. I think that you follow along, and sometimes the understanding kind of sets in later, right? You're just doing the stuff with me, you're hitting the buttons, you're watching the output, and then later on you go dig into how IP addressing works, and later on you go dig into what the versions of the kernel mean or whatever. But as we're doing it, you get it to work, and you kind of hold it in your hand, and you get some confidence around like doing the work. And you won't know everything all the time, but you'll be able to go reference it, And I think I'm a big fan of that. I think that's how a lot of people learn well. I always use the example of, you got some buddies that go to the gym, and you start wanting to go to the gym. Not a single friend of yours is going to sit you down in the locker room for 6 hours and explain all the proclivities of going to the gym, and don't look at a girl when she's got the little camera set up, and if somebody's got their stuff by the bench, don't use it. Like all these things that'll keep you from getting in fights and arguments and all that crap. But it's like, no, you just go follow your friends around in the gym, and you guys have a good time, and you'll learn all those rules kind of as you go. That's my thoughts on it. It's the same way here. Like, but a lot of times admins won't, admins and engineers won't let you look over their shoulders because they'll, people don't want you to see. InitRAMFS is a root file. So, okay, so we need to look into. I've never done this in Kali, so. So how to build InitRAMFS using Dracut on Linux, on Kali. Let's see. All right, so let's go back over here. And we'll add, so we'll do a couple things here. We'll pop up over here. The other one's not as important right now because we can't see what he's doing anyways. And we'll say the next problem, right, was this Dracut image error. And we can't, this is one of the things I always tell you guys about a terminal. Terminals are kind of annoying because I can't grab this, right? There's no grabbing a terminal and copying out. Yeah, I could screenshot it, right? We can screenshot it. But let's just say that our error here is next error. We dropped into InitRAMFS and failed to mount so that's the next thing that failed. www.initramfs is the root file system, right? So Jacket. So there's a couple of things that we can try to check here for this. First off, I think that's the. Let's just go back to here. I think that's the default. Detail image list dash A Rocky. Oh, node list. Sorry, that was my bad. We want the node. He is trying to jump into. His root is init ramfs, and iPixie is there. We could. Yeah, let's build the Drakit image. So that's probably the thing that we need to do to get this to bypass this. So init ramfs. I need to check one other thing about the default. So the defaults are here. We can cat. That's probably the easiest way to do it is just more Etsy werewolf nodes.conf. And here's all the defaults at the top, right? And these are the defaults that if you don't have anything defined are going to be defined. Init ramfs is one. We understand that. And when we get down to Rocky 4, here's the things that are happening with him. Okay, iPixie menu entry is Drakit. Okay, so let's go look at what's going on with him. Gather. Callie. Okay, so we're back in our shell. And we're going to we need Drakit. Useful tool. One. Oh, I don't know. Sure. Not really worried about none of that stuff right now. Got to make sure the wife's not texting me because if the wife texts me, then I might have to come back from the what's it called here? They come back from the zoo here in a little bit, so I might be able to get some food on the way home. Text the wife. Let me know when coming home. Okay. All right, so we got that. Let's do Drakit. Let's make a new Drakit image. Okay. And sometimes we need to give it like a specific name or a module for this to work. Now I have done that before. And I know I have that in my notes somewhere. In fact, the place I think I put that was up here. So let's go look in here. Because I remember saying, don't forget that crap again, Scott. This was when we were doing it on the old boxes, on the old lab disk box. And I had to use the werewolf Drakit. That one was interesting. Let's go look at this. What? Let's go look at their raw documentation. I'm on 4.6, I believe, and then we go over here. Bootloaders. Typically, so when you're booting the box, right? we got all this right because we're booting into there. But then once the system comes up, we need to boot in with, where's our track? Down here, 2-stage track. This is how we do it in our environment. Add www init and regenerate all. So that's what we're going to need. Add www init and then regenerate all. This is what we need. Because there's these other parts that we might need. Let's pull that out for now. Pull that out for now, and then we'll see if we need it later. WWNet's one of the modules. So let's see if let's see if there's a werewolf jacket. That's fine. It's going to build that image. While that image is building, we can come over here. System should... Yeah, well, if he doesn't want to boot the nice way, we'll boot him this way. Let's see how this one's different with a different jacket build. But we might need to, so at least going to try the 2-stage. Ah. Got a different failure. It's provisioning. And we missed what that last thing was. So all this worked, right? Like all this part worked. Actually, all of it worked. It's just in the booting that failed. All right. So we are on to the next error. But we got to see if we can catch for that 1 second what it's saying. It's kind of annoying when they go fast and then you can't see what happened. Doesn't know how to... Hold on. I think it doesn't know how to switch the init RAM. So we've seen this before on other nodes, so we just got to keep working this next one through. I think that's what it says. Doesn't know how to... something. Yeah, the www init RAM. Okay, so that's not there because I need the werewolf jacket package, so probably gonna have to install this separately. I don't like downloading things from other places, so maybe it'll be here in the werewolf releases. We should be on 4.6, okay. There's info about werewolf from when I put it on this box. Alright, so 4.6, what does it say? 4.6.2? Go back to 4.6.2. Look at the assets. There's our werewolf jacket right here. And that's Enterprise Linux 8, 9. Here's Seuss. Here's no ARC, but that's also not the jacket. So none of these are going to be what we need. So that's Enterprise. So that's basically Rocky 8, 9, and then Seuss, which doesn't help us right now. What are we gonna do with this? I mean, I guess we can download the source and build it. You know, we're going pretty far afield with it, but we are doing something that I don't think anybody else has done here. So give me 1 second real quick. I'm gonna grab some water. All right. How big is this? Yeah, these are the ones that I have for like the All right, there may be another way around this. It is when we start the node up. Oh man, I guess I'm over here sneezing. What is this trying to do? I'm looking for if we see the error. Like if it can't switch. What was this thing called? Oh, I gotta put the O over here. I always mess that one up. Just download this crap. What? Screwed everything. That's still not how that's supposed to work. Literally shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Oh, damn it. Oh, well. I don't think any of that should matter either, but screw it. Screw it. I don't care. I don't care where it puts it. Let's go to our All right. Well, I wonder if there's a package already out here. Probably not. All right, so that's the next major thing to hurdle anyways, is being able to get that part to work, which is the, where is it at? Right here in my notes. Yeah, Inner MFS is giving us a problem. And so we think, or I think, it's for the actual message was the www image or whatever to work properly. Track cut. Right, so it's like doing a track cut over. That's what I think we need to do. So we don't really need any of this stuff. And don't need any of that crap. All right, we were trying to get that next part working. This guy's still over here spinning. Oh, he's at least crashing hard now. Let's see the error again. Doesn't know how to handle that. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. That's our next thing to work on there. We're going to try this set of steps that I see, but I don't think this is going to work. All right. So we're using last release, right? That's what we're using. We're using last release. So we can try, apparently. I've never tried this command. Build false. And then we'll do Kali last release. That's the version we have. And then in there we'll do user bin apt. Oops, user bin apt update, which we know we've done, but that's fine. And user bin apt. I really don't think this is gonna work, but we're gonna give it a try. Install. I can't imagine that's there. Build. Oh, build equals. Equals false. That's my fault. Let's see. I don't think that's going to be there, but we're going to give the old college try. I'm getting alerts from. such file address. User pin out. That doesn't even make any sense. Doesn't even make sense as Alright, we'll give it the same thing, but we'll just do this last part. Because, again, I don't think that should matter. But I don't think that's going to be found. Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to find that package anywhere. Yeah, so that's not going to be useful because that's not going to be out there. I didn't think that would be out there, but there's steps that seem to think it will work, but that's not right. So that's good. I mean, we can test it at least and see that it's failed. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. All right, well, we can skip that for now. Maybe what we'll do here. What are we working on? I was getting a lot of messages at work for it being a middle of the holidays day. Let's see, what system are we on here? Cactus.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. I'm checking my other system. And, oh, real quick for people who got here late. We do have a lot of events coming up this weekend. I was working on getting ready for one. Bash study group tends to run, so there'll be stuff going there. Hold on real quick. Uh-oh. Not great. All right. And then over here, getting into streaming, that's one that's coming up. And then we've got a few other ones just happening. The main one is, you know, we normally have some kind of holiday Christmas type thing. And the guys are all going to get together. I've got some of the more senior guys that are going to come talk to you guys on Sunday if anybody wants to come. And we're just going to do it as like trying to get you guys motivated, telling you guys what different careers people have had and that kind of stuff. So if any of the IT guys show up, if not, I'll just be telling you stories. I know some of the other guys said they were coming, so you guys are welcome to come and hang out with us and just hear about the group and hear about what people are doing in the industry. And I don't know, find something, maybe find some networking, find some mentors, that kind of stuff, right? Like a lot of these guys are willing to help you out if you're interested in learning what they do. So I know for sure I'm coming, which is, you know, systems engineering and that side of things, and then got you know, King Buns, who is a longtime programmer. He's going to be coming. He's a lead. He's a programming lead type. You know, he's been doing it a long time. He's good at what he does. And then some of the other guys. I think some of the AWS guys are coming. I haven't like directly invited all of them, but I know that a fair amount of people have said they're coming. I guess I can check who says they're interested. Yeah, AWS guys say they're coming. There's some there in those names. So, yeah. And then again, I think when people see us down there, they'll just come and hang out anyways. So you guys are welcome to come and do that. But all right, I'll probably call it here. But for you guys that hung out with me, I appreciate you guys coming by. We'll keep doing this. The next few days, I'll be recording those things. So I gotta finish up and get those. The course all set up, and then get the recording probably again this weekend here, and then we'll go from there. So all right, I'll see you guys as it comes around. Take care.